Okay, so we've got the live reaction for the Money in the Bank kickoff show. We're gonna have the actual pay-per-view in a little bit. I'm in the PlayStation game room thing with the little robot dude or whatever. And we're kicking the show off with Golden Truth doing something. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. They're fighting Tyler Breeze and Fandango. This feud's still going on. This feud feels like it's been going on for like a year and a half now. Seriously, this feud is just on and on and on. And Tyler Breeze looks like he's got a bad sunburn. Apparently, that was a storyline recently. That's what passes for a storyline now. Guys get sunburned. It's Breezango. Yes. This show's off to a rockin' start, let me tell you. At least we've got a decent uppercard, so that's something to look forward to. If the robot spins around my head and does stuff. Get out of here. Okay, we're supposed to believe they're gonna win a match when these two can barely walk because they're so badly sunburned. This ought to be an interesting experiment. Something, I don't know. Getting my snacks ready. Cashews. Got my nuts. I'm holding my nuts in anticipation of this pay-per-view. I'll give them credit. Makeup people did a pretty good job with that. Nice little effect there. Tyler Breeze actually looks like he's peeling and whatnot. I know it's only the pre-show. I know there's a half hour until the actual, like, real pay-per-view starts. But it's pretty bad that I'm seeing an awful lot of empty seats. I mean, this early on, they should be a lot more full than that. I mean, I'm sure it will fill up. But that's not what you want to see when you're first tuning into the show. You don't want to first tune into the show and see just a crap load of empty seats. Yeah, every move they make, every move Breezango is involved in, they look like they're in excruciating pain. That's the story of this matchup now. Every chop, every punch makes them feel like they're dying, basically, because they're so badly sunburned. I mean, granted, it's more effort than they usually put into a storyline, but I don't know. I'm gonna headbutt the robot. Yeah. There we go, that's a little better. Turn the camera. Get myself a little more centered in the shot. Look a little more professional as I sit here and eat my nuts. As this robot farts furiously in the background here. Get out of here, robot. Yeah, okay. Here. Robot is farting on me, people. Of course, knowing WWE, they make this match look so lopsided. They make it look like Breezango absolutely zero shot of winning because they're cowering from every attack. Which we know the way WWE books things, this is exactly why they'll win. Mark my words. It's coming. It's coming. Apparently kind of like the robot. Here. Fingering the robot. He seems to greatly enjoy it. Get out of here, robot. What is it with this robot tonight? He keeps wanting to do whatever that is. Oh, I took them off. Oh, they're there. It's okay. It's okay. Yes. Who's an annoying little robot? I know they're trying to give the lower card guys something to do, and that's admirable. Something we haven't really been seeing that much of in the last few months. But, I don't know, this feud to me just has not been doing much. I really haven't felt that much of a connection to this feud. I mean, Golden Truth is basically just booked us 2K16. And, I mean, I'm actually kind of liking the potential of Breezango, but they're playing him completely for comedy, so. And we all know what happens when WWE plays something completely for comedy lately. Oh, they actually won. Golden Truth actually wound up winning the match. Surprising. I figured knowing that it was almost unanimously going to be a squash, they would have gone the other way on it. And 3 people are clapping. That's how enthusiastic this crowd is. What the hell is this robot doing? Get out of here, robot. R-Truth would celebrating like he just won the world title. I guess at this point in his career, that is a big deal. He just actually won a match. That's something. We still got the Lucha Dragons and the Dudley Boys. I mean, I know it's still the kickoff show, but kind of feels like a Raw match. And it is interesting how on a show that they target heavily towards a younger audience, the sponsor for tonight's program is Gold Bond Ultimate. Not this program, you know, the pay-per-view. The WWE pay-per-view. Which I am watching over here on a TV while I'm doing this on another TV. While the robot does whatever he's doing. You like go over there, robot? Seriously. Another Titus O'Neil commercial for being a good father. That's. I don't know why they don't. I don't know why it's taken them this long to push Titus O'Neil as a singles performer. Granted, he had that little failed heel run, but that was the whole point. It failed because he was a heel. Titus is a naturally likable person. He's a naturally likable performer. There's not really a point to making him a heel. Now we got Sami Zayn and Cesaro hanging out backstage. Cesaro's listening to some music. Sami's trying to talk to him. I can't tell when anybody's saying because I have the sound off because Don't want to have the audio playing over this and then have the video get pulled because of the audio, because you know how YouTube gets at times with these things. So I'm just going to make up what they're saying. How does that sound? The robot seems to like it. I think Sammy's talking about where he wants to go for dinner. I think he's suggesting waffles. Cesaro is not enamored with the idea of getting waffles. He's not enamored either. He doesn't like it. No, apparently no waffles. Sammy's disappointed. We got the panel, which we got Renee Young, Lita, Corey Graves as usual. And I think, was it still Booker T? Yeah, still Booker T. And that is definitely, that color definitely works with Renee Young. That's a nice white dress she's got on. So even if he loses tonight, Dean Ambrose is still a very lucky man. You just got a commercial now, you know, the usual hype video. Show the guys climb the ladder, they show the guys fall off the ladder. Show the guys roll around on their backs in pain. A lot of shots of guys rolled around on their backs. Now it's the cash-ins. The standard thing they do every year. I mean, what else can you really say about this pay-per-view? You know, that's only anticipation. I'm kind of surprised they're not putting more effort into hyping, using the hype videos to do, say, Cena versus AJ or the title match. Honestly, it kind of looks, given the lineup in this year's Money in the Bank match, I have a strong feeling that whoever ends up winning it has a strong possibility of losing the cash-in. I'd say your odds-on favorites right now, I'm going to say Ambrose and Owens are the odds-on favorites. Del Rio probably has about 0 chance. And they have so thoroughly wasted Del Rio. He should have just stuck in Lucha Underground, man. I mean, he's probably making more money now, but his stock was rising in Lucha Underground, and now his stock is in the toilet, basically. Cesaro's got a good. I think Cesaro's got a good chance. I do. I think Cesaro's got a reasonable chance. I don't think Sami Zayn's got a strong chance. I don't think they have a whole lot of faith in Sami. I don't know why. The guy's talented as hell, but he doesn't seem to be. Doesn't seem to be on too strong a streak lately. The robot seems to agree with that. He took notice. I highly doubt we're going to see Jericho win it. I mean, given that we know at any given moment Jericho's likely to end up failing to go back to another tour or another TV show or what have you. Robot is spazzing out over here. Now we're going back to the panel for the predictions and what have you. Corey Graves looks incredibly douchey in a fedora. Well, then again, doesn't everybody? Somebody tell the dude in the background to stop walking in front of the camera. I mean, I know they're trying to, make somewhat of a show out of it, but honestly, does anyone ever care about what the panel of experts predicts? 9 times out of 10 are wrong anyway. Okay, I've got a couple of comments here. I'm going to try to see them. I don't know. Right now, they're not showing up on my screen. No. Oh. Okay, trying to view comments. Okay, I'm still here. We're still filming. I am just trying to figure out how to view my comments. This is the first time broadcasting on here. Oh, hey, J Freak. How you been, man? So, yeah, we got, alright, we're coming back. No. Back, here we go. Okay. I don't know why I can't get the comments to show up on the screen as I'm doing this. I could do it on a game. I don't know why it's not doing it on this thing. On an actual game, the comments will show up, but here I actually have to leave the app to be able to do it. It's a pain. Luckily, the audio says the audio is still recording, so hopefully we're still there. I'll check in on that every now and then when something comes up. I see when comments come in. I just can't view them without leaving the video. Odd system. Get back to my nuts. I'm greatly enjoying my nuts. Wow, the panel is still talking? I kind of drifted off for that while I was looking at the comments. And the panel is still discussing something. Again, I don't have the audio on, so because you don't want YouTube pulling the thing for stupid reasons. Oh yeah, we still got the Lucha Dragons and Dudley Boys. As much as I love seeing the Dudleys, single, as a team, I don't know why they haven't started to promote Bubba as more of his own guy. Start having him kind of go back to that over-the-top heel that he was when he was. I mean, granted, they don't really do much with stuff that happened in TNA, but Bubba was so good as a heel. He was one of the few bright points of that show for a while. I don't know why he hasn't done more as a solo heel at some point. They're showing footage of Roman Reigns just getting to the arena. And he's just as boring as ever. Alright, the social media lounge. You got Becky Lynch and Natalya. I don't know how Natalya has kept in this feud for so long with Charlotte, despite having done precisely nothing for like 3 years prior. I mean, I really think Becky Lynch should have more been the focal point of this feud. I mean, I don't take anything away from Natalya. She's good, I like her. But she hadn't been doing anything for a long time prior to this feud, and now all of a sudden, it just kind of feels like, okay, she was just kind of plopped in there for the sake of plopping her in there, so we didn't have anyone else to use. And that's what it feels like to me. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe other people view differently. Alright, gotta go back and check the comments. Keep the audio going. Settings. Yes, I said nuts. Oh, we got another one. Okay. Keep having to cut out the video to check. I don't like this system. Oh, Dudleys versus Lucha Dragon. I'm going with the Dudleys. I'm going with the Dudleys in that match. I mean, every instinct says the Lucha Dragon should win. Kalisto was on such a hot streak. But I know first instinct, knowing WWE's booking, is to always go against what a rational person's first instinct would be. So, I'm going Dudleys. Oh, Becky Lynch and Natalya are doing little heart symbols. Oh, finally getting into the match now. Okay. Lucha Dragons, Dudleys. And the Lucha Dragons have hoodies. That's got us. Kalisto's got too much crap as entrance gear. I mean, over his mask, he's got the hoodie. Then he's got that other mask over his mask, that like little like face kind of mouth and nose thing going. It's like, pick a gimmick, Kalisto, seriously. You got so much crap you gotta take off before you fight a match. Oh, it's Byron Saxton and the new guy. They're here for some reason. My question is, who takes Jerry Lawler's place? We're gonna get Corey Graves. We're gonna get Morrow pull double duty. They're gonna just randomly throw someone else in there. Honestly, I mean, at this point, you hate to see someone go like that, but you hate to see what see what he did and all the stuff. I honestly can't be bothered if Jerry Lawler ever comes back. Just let him go. You know, he's honestly, when it comes to commentary, he's been irrelevant for years. You know, get some more money out of Paul Heyman. Put him on commentary when he's not out there with Lesnar. Do something. Lawler, for the longest time, has contributed absolutely nothing to commentary. He's so irrelevant that I don't even know he's there half the time when he is there. Hey, Bubba proving some athleticism there. So far, the matches, again, I know it's still the pre-show, but this undercard has been kind of underwhelming so far. Really hoping the featured match will step it up. Why is the robot farting on me? Can they program this robot to do something else, like fly around the room or something occasionally? Now, I'm broadcasting the app, but then I'm seeing in the corner the actual camera footage. Can you guys see the robot? You know, he's like right where I'm pointing. Because I don't know if you're getting that, if you're getting the footage as I'm seeing it in the corner, where it's just the raw footage, or if you guys are actually getting the app footage with the robot. So I'm in the PlayStation game room. It's got the little robot floating around. I'm sure if you're watching it on PlayStation, you're seeing the robot. I don't know for anybody watching on YouTube. I don't know how that works. Well, Lucha Dragon's finally starting to make this match a little bit worth watching. That's the thing with the Dudleys since they've come back. Bubba has been working at a very high level. I don't know, it seems like Devon's... I want to say he's not phoning it in, but he's not... It doesn't feel like he's giving it everything he's got at times. I mean, again, maybe this is just me. I mean, this is coming from somebody who was a huge fan of both Dudleys, you know, and all the various Dudleys when they used to have the entire clan back in ECW. They're doing a mid-match, are doing commercials for other stuff on the network. Gotta admit, I'm kind of psyched to see the new Foley series. And that Cruiserweight thing. Okay, they have a commercial for Battleground where they're having a couple of different superstars carrying flags. As part of the promo, they're walking around with their flags. I want to buy some of those flags. Please tell me they're selling those flags. I want to get like there's a couple of those that would be cool. Get like a Dean Ambrose one hanging in the back here. Well, I don't have room along this wall. It'd have to be on that wall, which has you can't see that wall obviously, but there's a lot of stuff on it. I think the robot's pissed. Eh. The robot is now farting on my nuts. Rose probes. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this match so far. I mean, honestly, there's not much we could have seen out of this match that we couldn't get on Raw. There's no gimmick, it's just there. Devon's trying to prove me wrong. He's stepping up a little bit. Right before he tags back out. Okay. I'm wondering if Devon's getting blown up, you know, too easily or something now. You know, age is maybe starting to catch up to him or something. So I'm noticing more and more when I watch Dudley's matches, more and more often it's Bubba doing most of the work. At least the crowd's kind of into the Lucha Dragons. They're actually getting a reaction. It's bad when you go in for a pay-per-view and the crowd is just absolutely dead, when they're not reacting to anything. It's good when you see a crowd that actually starts to get into it a little bit. Kalisto brings so much more energy to a match than most of the guys he's in the ring with. I mean, Devon's already, he was in for another minute, took 2 moves, and now he's tagging out again. I'm starting to wonder, is he sick or something? Is he working hurt? It doesn't seem like he's really doing much, you know? That's why I'm wondering. Now they're going for a Doomsday device. Alright, he's going for the cover. I give it another 10-15 seconds before Devon tags back out. We're going for the double team, of course the miscue. I wasn't far off. Devon tags back out. Yeah, it should do it right here. It looks like the Lucha Dragons are going to take it. Devon went for the save, but was late. I'm wondering if they're going to argue over that. I'm surprised. Kalisto, as over as he is with the live crowds, you start to wonder why he's not somebody you see more merchandise for. There's so many guys, like for instance, they were talking recently about how Zack Ryder just got his first new shirt in like years, okay? And I'm like, Zack Ryder, you know, the guy's been over forever. And he hadn't had merchandise for the longest time, despite being over. And even though he's not even on TV, he's over. Can't get merchandise. Kalisto is over. I mean, I don't remember seeing much merchandise for him on WWE Shop. And even if there is, you sure as all are seeing it in the crowds. But then again, I would really like to see sales figures on what the actual merch sales overall are today as opposed to, say, 15 years ago. I got a feeling that even though they tout guys like Cena and Roman Reigns and, you know, such as selling so much merch, I mean, Cena does. Cena sells a lot of merch. But you look at a guy like Reigns, who's supposedly like the 3rd highest seller or something like that. I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't know who number 2 is, but I'm going to go out on a limb and figure it's one of the part-timers, Lesnar, Triple H, somebody of that nature, Undertaker. Reigns is supposedly the 3rd highest seller. You don't see a lot of Reigns merch in the crowds. I mean, some, don't get me wrong, you do see some, but you don't see a hell of a lot. I mean, you see a little bit of it. I mean, like I go out, I see, you know, I see people wearing wrestling merchandise. Roman does tend to be pretty popular as a pick for that. You know, when it comes to seeing the merchandise, you know, just out and about. But that's like, if I see 100 people, I see maybe one person wearing a wrestling shirt. I mean, it's not 1996. Let's put it that way. 20 years ago, these things, shirts were everywhere. Nowadays, I don't think the gap between high-selling merchant, the top-level merchandise sellers and the lower-level merchandise sellers is as big as they make it out to be, because I don't think too many guys are selling that much merch to begin with. I mean, maybe this is a speculation on my part, but just from what I see out there, just out and about, this is what I've been saying. He's staring at my nuts, the robot. And I called him out on it, and he's looking away. He's staring. Don't look at my nuts, robot. Yeah, they're back to the panel. Not really much going on. Now we're getting an Extreme Rules recap. Showing Rollins jumping Reigns. I would honestly love to see Rollins win tonight. Ambrose take Money in the Bank, and then see Ambrose cash in on Rollins. Yeah, Roman try to screw Ambrose because he's like, that's my title, Yeah, Reigns try to screw Ambrose, and then you go into SummerSlam. You start up with SummerSlam with the big Shield triple threat match for the title. Of course, you got a Battleground in between there, but you can always do the Rollins, one-on-one Rollins versus Ambrose at that point. Have or Rollins versus Ray or somebody, one of the combinations with the third guy as the referee or something, and have it be who's he gonna side with, because he's both of them are pissed at him or something, something to that effect. Excuse me. Now they're backtracking all the way to WrestleMania from 2 years ago to go off about the Rollins cash-in. I mean, they got it. This should really be the culmination of this whole thing, going into SummerSlam. I mean, as they're displaying it now in these recap videos, these hype videos, this has been brewing for 2 years. Overall, over at least 1 year, 1.5, whatever the heck it's been. But let's cap off this story. Let's have them have the finally do that big triple threat that everybody has been anticipating for years. If we don't do it, I don't think it should wait till WrestleMania. I really don't think they should wait till Mania for that. It would be a bigger match, sure, but it's been so long already that I don't know if you're going to hold the fans' interest in seeing that match if they stretch it out until Mania. This is the first time in a long time that we've had all three of them healthy, all three of them not involved in other angles where they've been tied up and haven't been able to get involved in another feud. This is the time to pull the trigger on that match. You got the video they're going back and forth over all the highlights of the two of them, Reigns and Rollins. They're showing this picture of Reigns throwing a clothesline, and this kid freaking the hell out, like, oh! I don't know why, it was just funny. Those kind of overblown reactions like that just seem funny to me. Okay, with the sound off, having Reigns talking about the contract and the briefcase and all that, it looks like he's on the Home Shopping Network. It's like Reigns trying to sell you something on the Home Shopping Network. They need to make that gimmick happen. Home Shopping Network announcer. Alright, we are finally just about ready to go into the actual pay-per-view. The preliminaries are over. We're finally getting into real action. The robot's spazzing out. Here we go. We got the Then Now Forever thing. Getting ready to go right into the opening match. I'm betting it's the women. Let's see if I'm right. Okay, a little intro package. Hyping that they're in Vegas. More about Vegas. I don't remember last pay-per-view having such an extensive opening package thing. I mean, it's cool and all, but you've already bought the event, so you know you don't need more hype. You're already there. You're already said, okay, I'm hyped enough that I'm buying the event. I never quite understood that. Just get right into it. I don't know. That's me. And we're seeing much of the same stuff we just saw in the pre-show. Rollins with the attack and all that. They had a little bit of the hype with Cena AJ in the opening thing here. Not much about that during the pre-show, surprisingly. Kind of surprised how little they hyped Cena AJ, considering that that's probably the actual draw of this event. I mean, that's one of the main reasons I decided to do this recap, this reaction video, whatever, review or whatnot, whatever you want to call it. I mean, if it was just the Money in the Bank match and the title match, I might have said, yeah, I'll watch it, but maybe I'll watch it tomorrow when I can fast forward the undercard. Cena AJ is the draw on this card. I mean, Rollins being back, that's part of it. I mean, maybe I'm the only one who thinks like this, or maybe I'm in the minority here, but as good of a lineup as they have in the Money in the Bank match, it's a stellar lineup. I'm not sure I like the odds for whoever wins. I don't, there's not too many guys in that match I actually see somebody like Vince going, yeah, let's go make him champion. especially when they're so heavily invested in this Reigns experiment. Yes, ladders are tall. We get it. Can we get to a match, please? Well, I was wrong. It's not the women's match. Would have been my second guess, the tag team titles. This is a hard match to call. On the one hand, I kind of feel like New Day should just be allowed to go ahead and make it to SummerSlam, threaten that record. You know, they've been so good for so long. I'm tempted to say let them have the record. New Day has for the longest time been probably the hottest act on the entire show. But on the other hand, Enzo and Cass are red hot right now. I mean, the Vaudevillains, I don't think anybody really... I mean, yeah, they were great in NXT, but that's NXT. It's not the same... It's not the same animal being on the main roster. And it's showing with the Vaudevillains. And I don't think they're going to give the club the tag belts. I just... At least not right now. I think... I can't see them doing with that what they did with the Wyatt family. In having lower card members holding titles before the leader. I've never been a fan of them doing that with stables. You know, if you're going to do a stable, if you're going to have a stable, the leader should be the first one to capture gold. Otherwise, you're kind of making the argument that the leader isn't, you know, the leader isn't anything without the supporting cast, and the supporting cast, you know, they're not relevant without the lead. You know, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that logic. You know, I'm looking at how much fill they've had so far between the pre-show and this. How much of the show wrestling pay-per-view has not been wrestling, and I'm getting worried about this brand split, especially if the rumors are true about SmackDown going 3 hours. Raw struggles at 3 hours. If we're going to do SmackDown as a 3-hour show, that's going to be brutal. When there's already talk about all the new guys they're trying, well, not new guys, but, you know, older guys actually, that they're trying to contact to come back and have a return run so that they can pad out the rosters. Looking at some of the names, I'm split on it. Some of them work. I mean, I'd love to see MVP back. I'd love to see, you know, I would love to see, let's see Carlito make a comeback. But on the other hand, they're talking Kurt Angle. I can't see Kurt Angle doing... He didn't want to do the road, you know, the kind of road, the kind of traveling that they do with WWE 10 years ago. how quickly is he going to burn out when they have to do that now, 10 years later? That's an entire decade later that he now has to go in and try to go on the road. I don't know if Angle's up for it. I would say the same thing about Goldberg. I don't, they keep talking about, oh, Goldberg might make a comeback. I can see Goldberg doing a limited run. I can see Goldberg doing what Lesnar's doing. Coming in once every couple months, work a couple of the big pay-per-views, get a quick paycheck and disappear. I can't see Goldberg being full-time. Then they're talking about Jeff Hardy as a possibility. To which my response is, have you guys been watching TNA lately? Yeah. I don't understand the appeal of Jeff Hardy in 2016. I don't. Jeff Hardy was great for a number of years. Matt had his ups and downs, but for a while he had reinvented himself and it was starting to do well. And then he showed up in TNA. And TNA ruined him again. Could WWE recapture that magic? I don't know. I don't know if those two, or I don't think they can do it. I don't think Jeff Hardy can do it solo. I don't. I have a bad feeling that I just have a bad feeling about Jeff Hardy going on a solo run at this point in WWE. Matt might be able to manage it better, but I don't know. Alright, we are... How many minutes are we into this thing? I should have grabbed my clock so I could time this. I mean, we are a good number of minutes into this show, and there's been no actual wrestling. Let me check my computer. It has a clock. 12 minutes. We've gone 12 minutes of a pay-per-view, and not a single wrestling move has been done. This could be a long night, folks. This could be a very long night. I think I'm going to close up my nuts. Getting a little thirsty. Get the mouth water and get some gum. They keep showing out Anderson and Gallows reacting to the New Day. Get out of my camera, robot. I'm really torn about the way they've presented Anderson and Gallows so far. I mean, the club right now seems like just another stable. I mean, it feels like right now, if the Wyatt family were to come back in force, I feel like the Wyatt family would trounce the club the way they book the club. I mean, if you reunited the Shield, forget it. it would be like putting X Factor against the original D-Generation X. The way they booked the club up to this point. Okay, we're starting things off with Anderson and Kofi. I will say this does have the potential to be one of the better matches of the night. It's good to start off with something that you could pace better and have more of a solid flow and action to it compared to what we were getting during the pre-show. And Xavier Woods is always solid at warming up the crowd. I wonder who could get better hang time, better distance on a jump right now. Kofi or Enzo? Right there, a minute ago. I think Enzo just outshined him a little bit. I mean, granted, that was one move, you know. Kofi's obviously the more solid performer overall. Don't get me wrong. But Enzo's more agile than a lot of people give him credit for. And they give him good credit. Guy's damn impressive in that regard. Robots. Oh, robots. Oh, I made the robots sad. It's okay. It's okay, robot. This robot's pretty damn depressed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Cass kind of making a rookie mistake there for a fatal four-way match, tag team match. I never understood that logic. You're in a fatal four-way match, you tag team match. You run into the opponent's corner, try to knock him off the apron to keep him from getting involved. It would be so easy to be tagged out, and as Cass just demonstrated. I do like how so far, match-wise, the focus has seemed to be on New Day and Enzo and Cass. Or just as soon as I say that, the vaudevillains take control. My apologies if I'm not talking at every given moment here. I mean, sometimes there's not much to say in a 3-hour show. The vaudevillains, I just don't understand the logic of them being on the main roster. You know, there's certain gimmicks that just scream indie or smaller stage, and I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm very much in the minority on this, but to me, the vaudevillains are one of those kind of gimmicks. It works on a small crowd. You know, it works. You know, something like, you know, in the kind of environment you have in NXT, it works. It seems to be falling flat on the main roster, and I can understand why. It's kind of a niche gimmick. Alright, so now Gallows and, is it Enzo's legal? Even though I could have sworn Enzo wound up hitting somebody on his way out of the ring. It's kind of amazing when you see Carl Anderson isn't a small dude by any stretch. He's a pretty good sized dude. And you see Cash just dwarf this guy. You know, they keep talking. I keep hearing one of the big debates about wrestling online lately is the idea behind the quote-unquote guys who look like indie wrestlers and the guys who look like quote-unquote stars. Which is why I'm amazed that it's taken so long for Cass to get to where he is. Because if you ever wanted somebody who looks like an actual main event talent, Cass is one of those guys. Alright, the video is going to cut out again for a second. I want to go check the comments. So, give me 1 second here. Checking comments. Comments. Okay. Sure. And actually, to to respond to the comments that have come in. Happy to see you here, Fatty Bum Bum, but it's not a couch, it's a chair. Ooh. That did not look good. Both Big E did not land well on that spear. I'm wondering, the way he came in the ring, I'm wondering if Big E's favoring that shoulder a little bit. He might be. That's what I was worried about with that spear. It looked like he landed on that shoulder hard. He might be favoring that shoulder. That's pretty damn impressive from Big E, like right there, to be able to pick Anderson up off the ground like that. I mean, even if Anderson was, was helping him with it, he's still trying to get a guy off the ground in basically a deadlift. Well, New Day lives to fight for the titles another day. They got it. I'd like to see them break the record. I really would. I would like to see New Day break the record. It would make a lot more sense than when they did it with the women's title, I think. Well, back when it was still the Divas title, whatever. Which, that's a rant for later on. The way they've been handling the women's division of late. Apparently the robot does not like being fisted. Who knew? Yeah, but I really would. I'd like to see New Day go ahead and break the record. There's been many shows in the past year or so where they have been easily the most entertaining thing going. Alright, I can't comment on what they're saying at this point. Again, I don't have the audio on, so don't want it interfering with the broadcast. Kevin Owens is talking down to whatever random dude they got holding the microphone now. Seriously, who is this guy? Anybody know? 'Cause I sure as heck don't. This dude they got doing interviews now. Just random dude. I miss the days when the actual interviewers had personality. You know, like, I mean, yeah, you got like Renee Young doing stuff occasionally, and that's cool. She's good, but I miss guys. I miss when you had guys like Mean Gene. Mean Gene was a personality unto himself. Nowadays, it seems like the ones that are doing the interviews are just random people holding the stick. They're there because they look, they look decent in a suit or a dress or what have you. And they're there to just hold the stick and ask an occasional inane question. Give us an interviewer with some personality. Yeah, I take Kevin Kelly back at this point. Of course, he's off doing his thing in Ring of Honor, so that ain't gonna happen. Did the robot just have a seizure? Oh. Alright, Jericho and Kevin Owens are arguing. I thought Canadians were supposed to be polite. Oh, hey, Del Rio's here. I will say this, Del Rio may very well be in the best shape of his career. Dude is jacked right now. I'll take a moment to check comments. I still don't know why they have to go that way with it. Which commentator do I like the least? Anyone other than Renee Young right now. There's really no personality. Nobody outside of Renee Young has anything resembling a personality. And even Renee, you know, she's got more charisma than the rest of them, but there's not a real like character there. I miss ones like Coach. I miss, you know, of course, Mean Gene. You know, I miss that era. You know, guys that were a personality in and of themselves. That they weren't just background dressing. I mean, if you can accomplish the same thing with a mic stand and a teleprompter, why are we paying you? This would be what I would be asking if I was Vince. I can accomplish the same thing as what this guy's being paid for with a teleprompter and a mic stand. So what purpose does this dude serve? This is my question. Yes, we know you're in Vegas. We've established that. And it's apparently time for Barrett Corbin's match. Is he still feuding with Ziggler? Is that still a thing? That's another feud that feels like it's gone on for like 20 years. Corbin's one of those guys, he's okay. I don't really have anything against him. He's just kind of there, though. Right now, you know, he's just one of those guys. I mean, he's in a good spot. You know, you need guys that were just mid-carders, you know, guys who were just there to work matches and, you know, whatever. And he's filling his role all right, but I haven't been too excited about where this feud's. This feud just doesn't seem like there's an end in sight. We would have thought the no DQ match would have done it, or something, but this one just keeps going. And that kind of seems to, we're getting the introductions of the various international commentators. Always have to take a second to mark out for Funaki. We got the Russian dudes. Funaki! They should just have Funaki call the show. Like, just him. I would enjoy watching a pay-per-view like that, where it was just Funaki calling the entire event. Alright, gonna stop for a comment check again. Un momento. Alright, so previous matches so far we've had, let's see, we started off with, yeah, what was that first match? It was, yeah, that's right. Breezango and Golden Truth. Golden Truth won. Then we had the Lucha Dragons beating the Dudley Boys. And the New Day retaining the tag titles in the Fatal 4-Way. Now we're on to Baron Corbin and Dolph Ziggler in a feud that feels like it has gone on for an eternity. I mean, didn't this feud start like the day after WrestleMania? Or at WrestleMania or something like that? No, it wasn't at WrestleMania because they had the Battle Royal. So like the day after WrestleMania? Oh, going for another comment check. See what we got here. See what we got. Yes, this feud has gone on forever. Yes, I agree. I've not been enthusiastic about this feud at all. I don't mind either guy. It's not a matter of disliking the talent. It's just this feud has just gone on, and there's just been no point to it. You know, at some point, give us a reason for these guys to keep fighting. Give us a gimmick match to up the ante, something. We had that one random no DQ match in the middle during what was it one or two pay-per-views back, but like that should have been the closer, and it hasn't been. They just keep going. Well, while this match is there, take the time to thank everyone who's come on board for the stream so far. Baron Corbin should invest in a headband or a bandana of some sort. He would look more threatening if he didn't have a receding hairline. And I gotta admit, I'm shocked, given the fact that we've seen talented guys like Damian Sandow get canned, and go on to go back to the Indies and all of that. And basically, it was just a matter of they didn't have anything for him. There was no direction. He had kind of felt he just accomplished all he could. I'm surprised that we haven't gotten to that point with Ziggler. The guy's way more talented than where he's at on the card. And yet, he hasn't caught a break in months. Like 2-3 years, actually. I'm underestimating at this point. And honestly, I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the pacing of this pay-per-view has been very off. And you can tell by the crowd. The crowd is right now kind of sitting on their hands. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of energy. No, everybody's just kind of there. Did the robot just fart on my nuts? Leave my nuts alone, robot. Don't be farting on my nuts. Again, assuming everyone can see that. I'm hoping everyone can see the robot. I'm streaming from, for those of you just joining us, I'm streaming from the PlayStation 4 Playroom app. Got a little robot thing floating around over here on the screen where I'm at. Then I'm watching the raw feed on the corner of the screen. And, of course, there's no robot there, so I don't know. I'm hoping the robot's visible on YouTube, but nobody's given me confirmation on that yet. I know it's visible on the PlayStation, live from PlayStation streaming. I don't know about the actual YouTube stream. This is my first time trying to do it off of this for, you know, streaming to YouTube as well as the actual thing there. So, while this match is still kind of there, I mean, there's not really anything to talk about in this match. It's basically the same kind of thing we've been seeing out of these two for a while now. I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on what you think's going to happen with the SmackDown GM situation. I'm hoping it's going to be somebody decent. You know, somebody we haven't really seen. I want to get away from the usual suspects. I don't want it to be somebody like Teddy Long or Kane or somebody that we've seen in that corporate role a bunch of times before. I want to see somebody new, somebody fresh. Like I said about the announcing, hell, I'd like to see Funaki. Give Funaki control of SmackDown. He's already been SmackDown's #1 announcer. Make him SmackDown #1 GM. Why not, right? Alright, gonna check the comments again. I know I keep cutting out the video, but this is the weird way I have to do that. Yeah, definitely not Corporate Kane, exactly. Yeah, they've way too overdone that whole deal. Ziggler doing a Shawn Michaels impression. Oh, that was bad. He did not catch himself right on that. I will give a lot of props to Corbin for salvaging that. Ziggler almost went right on his face. That could have ended very ugly. I still find it funny. Like I mentioned this during the pre-show. For those of you joining us recently here, I find it funny that they have, for a show that's very heavily geared towards a younger audience, kids, teenagers, the 18 to 35 demo, basically. And they have Gold Bond Ultimate as the sponsor for the program. A product that's usually heavily marketed towards like middle-aged and older audiences. Seems like a disconnect there. I don't know. One of those things. Maybe it's just me. I know I've been saying that a lot tonight, but sometimes I have these thoughts and they don't mesh with most people. Ziggler's becoming another one of those guys who does the super kick too much. I will say that. I'm a big fan of Ziggler, but he too many super kicks. I mean, he's not the Young Bucks. You know, those guys. You know, their whole thing is, you know, the super kick is basically a good part of their gimmick. So I mean, I get it in that instance, but outside of that, it's become way too overused of a move. That and the spear. Everyone does the spear, which is why one of the reasons why I get so annoyed watching Roman Reigns. Get a damn real finisher, please. You know, the spear is not a finisher. I'm sorry, it's just not. You know, this isn't the year 2000. You're not Rhino. Okay. Edge was the last guy who should have been using the spear as a finisher. That should have been where that whole thing kind of, you know, went extinct. Where, you know, the spear is a finishing move. That should have been the last time. It's just one of those things. It's just too overdone. Everybody's done it. It's time to put a moratorium on that. Well, it looks like Corbin's got this one locked up. I do admit, the End of Days is an excellent finisher. Alright, gonna take a second for another comment check. Roman Spear, yes. Yes, that does. He does not do it well compared to some of the guys. I mean, he doesn't get the impact on it that Rhino always seemed to have. It doesn't look as sudden and damaging as what Edge used to do. And that's what it's like with Cena with the STF. I've always said the same thing with Cena when it came to the STF. If you can't do the move right, if you can't do it to where it looks like it's an actual threat, don't do the move. It makes you look less credible. Now we're getting Rollins preparing. So I guess they're gonna. It looks like they're gonna have the. Looks like they're hyping to have the title match before Money in the Bank. I would have put the title match on last in order to give it that specter of, you know, will the winner cash in? That's always been my thing is, you know, make it seem like there's a possibility that the winner of the Money in the Bank is going to cash in the same night. All right, it's time for the women's tag match. Both the heel team members, Charlotte and Dana Brooke, are debuting some new ring gear. I like the upgraded ring gear Charlotte's gotten since winning the title. You know, the entrance robes and all that. I still believe, though, I still love the opinion it was a mistake to have Charlotte walk away from WrestleMania as the champion. The only reason for that being, they're pushing the idea of it's the end of the Divas era. It's now all about women's wrestling. We're celebrating women's athletes, and then you have a champion who can't win a match without her daddy. And now she finally ditched Rick. Now it's, oh, well, she can't win a match without Dana Brooke. I understand that's how heels work a lot of times, but I mean, I get that. Obviously, and that would be fine under normal circumstances. That would be perfectly fine. But when you're hyping the idea of this is the beginning of a new era, this is the era of women's wrestling, and you have somebody who had to, for the longest time, rely on her dad to win matches. That doesn't come across as credible at all to me. You're basically negating the reason for making the changeover to the new women's title, the new women's division, and getting rid of the whole diva mentality. It feels like a continuation of the Divas. It doesn't feel like a new era in women's wrestling. That's why I'd have given, if it was me, I'd have given the belt at WrestleMania to one of the other two. I'd have gone with Sasha or Becky, one of them. You know, depending on if you wanted to have the heel or the face win the belt. You know, but have them be competent and confident. You know, have them win the matches on their own merit, at least for a while. Have them win matches on their own merit, have them establish dominance, have them show that they are real wrestlers, as opposed to just rehashing the same things the Bellas were doing before Nikki lost the belt. Because we're right back to where we were before the quote-unquote Divas Revolution started. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. It's just we don't have the 3-woman teams anymore. And what is Natalya doing with her hair? That weird little bun thing on top. That's not really a criticism, it's just a question. It looks odd. It does feel like Natalya was just plopped into this angle, though. I mean, she was doing nothing for the longest time. She wasn't really relevant. She was just kind of like second tier in the division in terms of, you know, how she was being booked. And then all of a sudden she's a threat to the title. Without any real rhyme or reason. It's just, yeah, she's now the #1 contender. I've never been big on not building up to that, you know? It always seemed kind of weird to me when somebody was just kind of randomly thrown in like that. And so far, this has been a decent enough match. Good change of pace from the last one. I mean, that was not bad, but again, we've seen it. You know, I mean, basically, that Ziggler-Corbin feud, you've seen one match, you've seen them all. I mean, it's not like AJ Styles, you know. I mean, it's not like seeing well, what AJ's been pulling off since he's come in. And it's kind of a bad situation in the women's division right now, though. You know, with Sasha supposedly hurt, and we know Emma's been out for the back surgery for a bit, and will be for a good while yet. I mean, to me, this would be the perfect time to shake things up and have somebody really come in and do and go on a tear. To me, this is the perfect time to pull the trigger and let Becky Lynch take a run. I mean, Charlotte needs to prove she can really, at this point, I think Charlotte needs to prove that she can do it on her own. And to a lot of fans, she's basically, again, like I said before, it's like Nikki Bella again. Let her do the chasing for a while. Let us have an actual dominant champion. Like I said, somebody like Becky would be perfect at this point. I think the bigger question is, knowing how depleted the women's roster is right now, who did Paige tick off? Who did Paige make angry that she's been completely irrelevant? Yeah, I know she won a match on Raw off a distraction. Big whoop. It doesn't mean anything. I know I've got the sound off, so I'm not hearing the chants or anything, but judging by just the energy of the crowd, people sitting there, and their reactions, it seems like the crowd's kind of died off. Like, they were pretty hot during the Lucha Dragons match for a bit. Well, now they're kind of starting to get into it. And Becky's been the first one to actually get them motivated in a little bit here. I'm still kind of torn on Dana Brooke. I haven't totally decided what to make of her yet. I haven't seen too much of her work in NXT. So I've only really had her current run to go off of. I really haven't figured out quite what to make of her. Does the whole foot on the ropes thing ever work anymore? It looks like this will probably be it. Yep. Well, you know what? This was actually a decent. This was actually a halfway decent one. They had the heels actually had a win by outsmarting the faces and not rely on BS again. That's a refreshing change of pace for where the women's division's been lately. One moment, I have been chewing on this one stick of gum for the past several minutes, and I think it's about time to toss it. 1 sec. Oh, the robot's sad. It's just about to screw with the robot. Yeah, you. Huh. Natalia turns. How about that? We're finally gonna do something to freshen up her character. That's long overdue. I like it. That's good. I like it. Natalia's been just kind of floating along rudderless for way too long now. Of course, then again, it also leaves us with virtually no faces. I mean, it's Becky and... Does Paige count as a face now? I'm legitimately asking. I don't even know. She's been so irrelevant for so long. Yeah, this is a much needed change of pace for Natalia. I like it. This is good. Of course, then again, it also poses the question with the depleted roster, if we're going to have Natalya fighting Becky, who's left to go after Charlotte? Are we going to draw from the Paige will again? Is Sasha well enough to come back? Or are we going to bring up Bayley? I don't know about plugging Bayley directly into that feud. But then again, if you're going to do it, now's the time. Do it before the brand split. Don't let her get lost in the shuffle. So maybe that is the way they go. I would not be happy to be somebody in NXT right now. There's going to be so many guys who are going to be called up in a hurry when the brand split happens. You know a bunch of them are going to be lost in the shuffle. There's going to be a lot of guys who should be getting a much tighter focus. So some people who should be really getting some limelight and should be putting there should be some effort put into building them up, who are just going to be thrown on TV with a sink or swim mentality because we just have to fill 14 roster slots with 10 guys because we had to do this roster split. I mean, that's my fear. If I was on NXT right now, I'd be a little worried. I'd be begging to be brought up before the split. So you at least had like a month or so of build before they just decided to go throw everybody and anybody onto the show. Well, now we got an interview with Ambrose. There's been a couple times where Ambrose should have won a title by now. He's one of those guys who's desperately in need of a big win. He's way too over not to be able to win in a main event. I totally forgot Rocksteady had a match. Hey, how about that? The great Red Rooster himself, Sheamus, makes his way down to the ring. Rocksteady without his bebop. Oh yeah, that's right. He's fighting Apollo Crews. I totally forgot about this angle. This is one of those ones that... this is the problem of a 3-hour Raw. So much happens, but so little of it means anything that whole feuds just kind of get forgotten about. The whole feuds just kind of get lost in the shuffle. I mean, I don't know about too many other people, but most of the time, given how long Raw is on a weekly basis, and now they're talking about doing the same thing with SmackDown, making that 3 hours. On a 3-hour Raw, I can't invest my undivided attention every week like that. I mean, for something like this, yeah, sure, okay. You know, once a month, come on, you know, go watch the pay-per-view. That's fine. But when it's a weekly thing, and it's not like football where there's an off-season, you have to invest 3 hours every single week. I get to a point where Raw's background noise to me most of the time. I'll put it on in the background. I'll have it on, I'll be playing a video game or doing something else, you know, getting some work done around the house. I can't be bothered to invest my undivided attention for 3 hours on a show where there's no stakes most of the time. I don't know. There's not a whole lot of matches that mean things. You know, there's hardly any title defenses. Storylines kind of just drag along. There's no real development for a lot of guys. I mean, again, maybe I'm in the minority here, but that being said, this could be one of the better matches. I mean, both these guys, Apollo Crews is exceptional in the ring. You know, both these guys show a lot of intensity. Let's see how this goes. Alright, I'm going to go take another comment check. Back to just audio for a moment. Yeah, well, it's also 2 pay-per-views a month, yes. Yeah, that's another thing they're talking about. Which, that's something they should have learned from the last time. They stretch it too thin. It's a lot of people. I know a lot of people. I mean, I'm in my early 30s. I know a lot of people in and around my age group. Now, I'm sure it's different for somebody like who's, you know, maybe in high school or in their 20s, but a lot of people I know have trouble finding the time and the interest, really, to go through 3 hours, you know, of this every month, as it is, just the 1 month, because of how just blah things have been. You know, there's, like I said, nothing really has any stakes anymore. Um, that was one thing with back in the day during the Monday Night Wars. Um, you know, there was stakes to what happened. There was if you could you were fighting the NWO. If you couldn't if you were fighting one of those guys, you knew you were fighting 3 or 4 more because there were going to be there was always that threat. There was always that lingering threat of hey this big looming specter of whether it was McMahon and the corporation or Hogan and the NWO or even in ECW with Raven and the Nest. There were always those big stables. There was always a bigger threat. Nowadays, even the big heels, they're not really threatening. I don't know. Like a lot of heels nowadays aren't incredibly threatening. Like take Rollins for example. Now I love Seth Rollins. I think he's great, but he's booked in such a way that he doesn't come off threatening. You don't worry about a face fighting him because what's the threat that he's gonna hold on to the title? Oh well, he's got a broken down old man in Kane, and he's got J&J security, so he's got 2 vanilla midgets and an old man, and that's his backup. And he apparently can't win a title without them. So I'm supposed to get invested in that. And now if they're going to do two pay-per-views a month, and you're stretching things even thinner, they really need to focus on making heels that people, the heels that are threatening, and faces that people actually want to cheer. Right now, their top face, the guy they're booking as their top face, more than half the crowd hates him. Most of the crowd hates Roman Reigns. Regardless of what anyone else might feel about him, half the crowd hates this guy. Ambrose is popular, but he never wins when there's any kind of stakes to it. Ambrose never wins a title match. He never wins a main event. So, tell me why I'm supposed to care. Why am I supposed to care when the guy I care about's a loser? When he's not, he's not going to win. He comes in, he's in a main event match. You're like, oh yeah, okay, it's Ambrose. He's going to lose. Oh, he's fighting Brock Lesnar. Yeah, he's going to get killed. Oh, he's fighting Triple H. Well, the Authority's going to screw it up for him. Oh, he's fighting Bray Wyatt. Oh, we'll expect Braun Strowman to come out or something. Cost in the match. You don't. The problem is you don't have the couple of faces that people get behind. Never seem to be the ones that get the push. The ones that get the push, nobody. A lot of the crowd doesn't seem to connect with. And on the other hand, like I said, the heels, there's nobody that's really threatening anymore. Even the most, rough, tough, badass type of heels, like now what do you have? In this match, you got Sheamus. Sheamus is booked to be fairly tough. He's a heel that could actually win without requiring 15 people running in, and having to have a whole bunch of enforcers and such. And yet he's still not really that threatening because he doesn't really win the big one. He doesn't really do anything to make you think, okay, this guy's a threat to the belt. I mean, even when he was a threat to the belt, he didn't feel like a threat to the belt. Case in point, that recent feud with Reigns. I mean, this is basically wrestling 101. These are things that should be common sense. But it honestly feels like most of the heels are neutered. Like, they really don't pose a significant threat. And you don't get your hopes up for anyone but the anointed chosen one face. You know, unless you're Cena or Reigns, you're probably not winning the belt. I mean, okay, so it might get better when they go 2 belts. You know, you go, okay, you might have, you know, a second title now with the brand split. Okay, yeah, but that's the consolation prize. Everyone knows that the true world title is the one on Raw. Everyone knows that that's the focal point title. Even when SmackDown might have been the better show, Raw's title was still the focal point. So, but that was the thing. That was also the title that you couldn't get near if you weren't John Cena. And now, you know, the inverse of that being now with Roman Reigns. You know, it's the same exact, well, not the inverse, but the same exact thing with Roman Reigns. You know, it's Reigns, you know, or Cena, and, you know, you get like maybe 1 or 2 heels that bounce in and out of that picture. But if you're a face and you're not one of those anointed faces like them, you don't get anywhere near the belt. And this has been the problem for years. And having a second world title doesn't fix that. We've seen this already. You know, that was the thing, you know, back, you know, that was why, this is the thing that I don't think a lot of people totally grasped about the Attitude Era and all of that. You know, people talk about the Attitude Era, talk about, oh, well, you know, nowadays it's PG, that's why it sucks. You know, or it's, we need to get the, you know, the edginess and the grittiness back and all of that, or the violence. It's really not any, I mean, those things can help, but that's not the real reason the Attitude Era worked. The Attitude Era worked predominantly because not only did everybody, you know, in the lower card have a legitimate role, everybody kind of had a place, everyone was utilized, as opposed to now where there's, you know, even when you are utilized, you don't feel like you're being utilized. I mean, there's guys who are on TV every week who feel like they have absolutely no direction. But the bigger reason is there was a large cast of guys that were a constant threat to the belt. Yeah, the focal point of the show might have been Stone Cold or The Rock, but they weren't always the champion. You know, they bounced it around. You had Kane, you had Undertaker, you had Mankind, you had Triple H, you had, you know, there was like, you know, there's a good couple others that mixed in there. You had Shawn Michaels for a while, and even at the beginning, Bret Hart. And there was all these different, all these different guys who were in and out of the title, and they were all champions at one point. Again, you know, I mean, go back over the last 15 years and name me how many face champions we've had outside of Cena and Reigns. I mean, yeah, you had Daniel Bryan, you had, you know, there's been a couple. You know, you had Daniel Bryan, you had, somebody? I think Shawn Michaels had a run in there somewhere, I think. Yeah, that's the thing, though. You know, you need to have that variety. You need to have that atmosphere of... You need to have that atmosphere where it feels like the title can change hands in any given pay-per-view, or even any given Raw. problem, I mean, they kind of got back into this Hogan era mentality, and the difference between the Hogan era and now is there were so many fewer shows back then. Hogan, when he was champion, defended the belt on television. You know, you don't count house shows. House shows are basically like the non-canon spin-offs of regular TV shows. You know, they don't get considered into the main timeline of events. Okay. So Hogan, when he was champion, would defend the belt televised, and this is, you know, only talking to the 80s in WWE. It's not, you know, talking about WCW as much. But at his prime, during the late 80s, mid to late 80s, Hogan defended maybe 2-3 times a year on television. You know, between, you know, regular TV like Saturday Night's Main Event and your pay-per-views, you know, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, etc. He would defend the title maybe anywhere from 1 to maybe 4 times on TV. Nowadays you have a champion. They'll maybe defend it once or twice a month on. They'll maybe defend it like once every month or two on Raw, and then they'll defend it at every pay-per-view. So I mean that's already half of a year's worth of Hogan title defenses in a month. And they're on matches almost every week, so it's not like they're you know, not. It's not like they're not fighting in between. They're still in matches. So you get overexposed. This is why there needs to be more guys in that title picture. Anyway, I'm going to stop getting into that for a minute, because now we're finally going to get to one of the main events. We're finally getting to one of the reasons people are actually here. We got Cena and AJ Styles coming up. This is actually going to be one of the good ones. This is where things should actually pick up. Now, my question becomes with this match, now that we threw it out there that this is supposed to be a one-on-one match, we had the contract signing where we said, okay, you know, we're not going to have the club involved. My thing is, okay, I'm thinking Finn Balor shows up. This should be the perfect time. You know, looks like Cena's about to win. Lights go dark, Finn Balor shows up. I mean, I know they're still pushing him in NXT, but again, I go back to that same point. You gotta start pushing guys from NXT prior to the brand split, so they don't just seem like you're throwing people on TV. All right, gonna go one more comment check here. Comment check. Well, for those of you who don't like what you're saying, I don't know if you're talking about the pay-per-view or this show. If you're talking about this show, feel free not to watch it. If you're talking about the pay-per-view, I'm not far behind you. Now, one of the big things I worry about heading into this feud, it seems like a lot of times when somebody fights Cena, it's like they run up against a brick wall, where it's like, okay, win, lose, or draw, it feels like they've accomplished, you know, it's like, okay, you've accomplished anything by fighting Cena, by virtue of fighting Cena, you've accomplished everything you can short of winning the title. So if you're not going to win the title, which because AJ Styles is not Roman Reigns, he's not going to anytime soon. The Ring of Honor style, Japan style streamers, nice. Because he's not going to probably win the title anytime soon at this point, you kind of run into that roadblock of, okay, where does this guy go from here? And that's when they start having guys suffer. That's what happened to Rusev. Bray Wyatt kind of had the same problem. You get to that point, and there's nowhere else to go except the title, but you're not going to win the title. So, it's one of those, okay, what do we do with it from here? I think that's where a lot of the criticisms of people getting buried come up. Because you get to a point where it's like, okay, you can't go any further up without winning the title, but they don't have plans for them to win the belt. And so the only place to go is down. I'm hoping AJ can escape this trap. But if history has anything to say about it, the odds are not in his favor. I still find it funny that Cena's got the shirt that's kind of sort of modeled after the Pabst Blue Ribbon can. When, you're talking about the guy whose biggest part of his fan base is kids. Kind of like the whole Gold Bond being the sponsor of the pay-per-view thing. It just, that seems like a disconnect. It seems like for one of the first times tonight, the crowd's really getting into it for once. This is probably the most animated we've seen them since the pre-show. But you gotta give props to AJ for how much he's evolved over the years. I remember I wasn't able to catch most of his really early work in Ring of Honor, but I did see a lot of his early TNA stuff, back when TNA was still just starting out. And I remember back then he was, there was so much promise. You could see, how athletic he was, how impressive he was, the moves he was able to pull off and all of that. But you could tell back then he hadn't really defined his character. There was no definition of his character. He had a very kind of bland look at the time. Even his mic skills weren't nearly as refined as they've come to be. And you look at overall in wrestling. There's so many guys who never really get beyond that point. They never really evolve. They never really grow as performers. They hit that level where, okay, I'm on TV, so I must be doing something right. And so they just kind of stagnate. that is one thing I definitely give all sorts of props to AJ Styles for. Is he went for being, rather green back then. So he was still getting pushed to the moon, but you could tell he was still, he was still kind of green at the time. But he's shown since, in the past couple of years, since, late run TNA and stuff, on to New Japan and the Bullet Club, and now, of course, in WWE, has displayed that he truly does belong among the elites of the business, which really, I mean, it's very impressive when you can make that kind of leap. And of course, Cena's done a lot to evolve his character over the past few years as well. It's actually been pretty impressive to see how he's grown since around the time he feuded with The Rock. Before then, it seemed like it was kind of stuck in a holding pattern where every single week it was the same thing out of him. The old 5 moves of doom argument and all of that. But in those past couple of years, though, Cena has stepped it up. He has definitely evolved. He's really started to kind of embrace the feedback a little bit and try to work on his flaws. What few there were, what ones there were, he's worked on them and then kind of tried to work around them. And that really shows why these two are among the best in the business. There's so many guys, like I was saying, so many guys that never really make that kind of evolution. As they hit a certain point, it's just like, okay, this is where I need to be. I'm good. Oh, excuse me. So I'd like to get everyone's thoughts at this point. Now they're talking SummerSlam is supposed to be going as long as WrestleMania, or roughly in that same general time frame, like a 4.5 or whatever hour pay-per-view. What's everybody's thoughts? I think it's too much. WrestleMania felt like a slog. WrestleMania felt like it went on for a year. And I don't know if they can pull that off for SummerSlam without having the crowd just crapping all over everything by the end. Oh, excuse me. It looks like they're planning on going a while with this one. They're still kind of seem to be in that feeling out process. Kind of a slower pace out the gate than I was expecting for this one. Let me get a time check here. I really should have moved the clock. That one's on me. Yeah, this is only about the halfway point. Aw, sad robot. It feels like it should be 10 o'clock, at least. I mean, I know, we still got at least two of the major matches left after this one. And we also got that, the Titus O'Neil-Rusev match. Which that should probably be quick. I don't think that's going to go longer than a few minutes. I think Rusev's found himself some cannon fodder this week. Because Titus is another one of those guys that doesn't seem to catch a break. He's... I mean, outside of, the whole incident where he grabbed Vince, which I think was a severe overreaction on the company's part. I'm not saying he was right to do what he did, but, that's not something he should be, doing on national television. Stick to the script. But to get the punishment he did, I thought was severe. Well, Titus O'Neil's a naturally likable dude, and I don't understand why he hasn't gotten a bigger push so far. At this point, it seems like he's going to probably be cannon fodder. Because I can't see that match going that long with as much as they still have to go. As long as this match will probably be. And we still got the Money in the Bank and the title match yet. I'm kind of amazed at myself for saying this, but so far I was more impressed with the match AJ had with Reigns than I am with this one. And I know it's still early. That could very easily change, but just this point into the match, not a bad match, but I don't know, it's lacking something so far. I'll do a quick comment check. Checking comments. Okay, yeah, recaps. Let's see, alright, to go back, we had during the pre-show, we had, let's see, we had, Golden Truth defeated Zongo, and the Lucha Dragons beat the Dudleys. Starting off the actual pay-per-view, New Day retained the Fatal 4-Way. Let's see, I may have a little bit of this out of order. Yeah. I think Dolph Ziggler, Ziggler beat Corbin, I believe? I think I got that right. The Charlotte's team won the women's tag match. Then Apollo Crews beat Sheamus. I feel like I'm forgetting something. J-Freak, if you're still there, help me out. What am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. So far, the crowd has been much more animated during this match than they have in the earlier parts of the program. Let's see about another comment check here. See if I did. Is that you, J Freak? Did I forget something? I know you're still there. As AJ falls flat on his face. What is the robot's name? I haven't really thought about that. There's a name that the game gives him. I don't know what it is. I've taken to calling him dumbass. Yeah, you. At least I've got confirmation they can see the robot. That's good. As he keeps having his little temper tantrums. Yeah, you keep having temper tantrums. Exactly what you're doing right now. As your little jet thing is farting all over the screen. So far, AJ seems to have had an answer to everything Cena's been able to throw at him. Which, to me, screams exactly why we're going to wind up seeing Cena walk out looking like he's got an answer for everything AJ's got. He's gonna... Well, he already got an STF. I still really wish Cena would abandon that move. The way he locks that on, it never looks like it does anything. Robots. Apparently the robot's emo. Being a little drama queen. I don't know. So far, this has been a good match, but I don't know. It feels like there should be more going on. Feels like we're missing something so far. I can't quite put my finger on it. Ooh, that was not a good landing. That was not pretty. Yeah, you can tell Cena's trying to give AJ a second to regroup here after that landing. That was not pretty. He seems to still be okay, though. We've had a couple of bad landings in the course of the event tonight. Big E had one earlier during the tag team Fatal 4-Way. So far, though, thankfully, we haven't had any scenarios like we had with Enzo a couple of events back. You always kind of groan when you have the idea of Cena fighting someone with a submission-based finisher. Because as AJ's got the calf killer locked in on, or was it the calf crusher now, I think they're calling it, on Cena. Because, I mean, it's been, what, 12, 13 years, 10 years, some ridiculous number of years since Cena's ever tapped out. I mean, he had that one against Kurt Angle when he was still a heel, you know, back, God, what was that, 2003, I want to say. And so it's been about 13 years. And it's one of those, okay, you have a guy who's got a submission finisher, you know Cena's not tapping out. So basically, that guy has basically had most of his arsenal rendered useless. Because you're trying to build to the submission. I gotta give Cena props on the selling tonight, though. He's actually, well, was actually selling the move pretty well. Alright, taking another comment check real quick. Yeah, this is, I'm beginning to wonder if Cena didn't possibly legitimately tweak his knee a little bit off that calf crusher. I mean, he sells, you know, when he wants to put the effort in, he sells pretty well, but usually you don't see him quite have the difficulty he's trying to show. He's trying to show on this. Oh, but. Yeah, this... I don't know. Something about this match, I'm just... So far, it's... I don't know if it's the pacing. I'm just not super enthusiastic right now. Again, it's by far not a bad match. But... I don't know, it's one of those, it's just tough to put a finger on it. AJ came up big, hit two of the best moves in his arsenal, still couldn't get the job done. I always found it kind of weird. Like he's been using the Styles Clash as more of a special occasion kind of move lately. You know, he doesn't break it out every single match. I mean, you know, when it's a bigger match like this, you know, definitely. But not every time. Usually those kind of moves are the ones you use to put somebody away. And so far, the Styles Clash hasn't really won him a lot of matches. For something that's, you know, been his finisher for so long. It hasn't been very effective since coming to the WWE. Ugh. Excuse me. Oh, bug. Okay, gotta admit, that was a cool counter. Right just now, Styles went for the Pele kick, and Cena kind of made a decent roll to the side to get away. And here comes the ref. Oh, we got a ref bump. Of course, this is where Cena's got him beat. Alright, waiting to see. Oh, so we're just sticking with the other club members. Okay. I mean, even without a ref, you'd think, you know, somebody would have pointed out they were out there. We keep waiting. Everyone's waiting for that Finn Balor debut. You know, keep waiting for him to get involved in this, and they keep not doing it. And that's how they're going to end it? Really? Cena loses off the interference of the club after the ref got knocked out. That's how we're doing this. That was a little bit of a weak ending. That for two guys who are usually, you know, pretty spot on in their performances, I don't know, this match wasn't doing it. Just something was off. And that ending ain't helping matters. The guys who were basically useless in the tag title match are suddenly able to knock out Cena. This kind of brings me to one of the big issues I've had with Raw and you know, WWE in general lately, and is that a lot of times the action is great. You know, they put on some really good matches, but the booking they use to close those matches, to the way they end those matches, whether it's just the wrong decisions, or at times just people who shouldn't be winning or winning, or the way the ending was done just doesn't make sense or is just kind of weak. This has been a big problem they've had, and it's been like this for the better part of a year now, where that's the way. It seems like every match kind of, two, 3 or 4 out of 5 seem to be like that. I mean, we've had a couple that were right, that they did right this time around. I think they did right by the tag title match. I mean, the only real viable choices I thought there were New Day or Enzo and Cass. And they went with New Day, and that works. I thought the women's match had a pretty decent ending. But yeah, see, especially with the bigger matches, the bigger the match, the higher the probability for a BS ending. I'm gonna take another comment check. The video is gonna go while I do that. Let's Scott or Scotty over says hey, and I'll say hey back. How's it going? Okay, finally we're getting to the good stuff. Money in the Bank. Got the ladder match. They're gonna put it on prior to the title match. I think that's a good idea. I don't like when they do the Money in the Bank as the closer and have the title match before that, so you don't have the specter of the briefcase over the title match. Especially when that's the whole point of the pay-per-view. Alright, so while I go check another comment check here, what's everybody's... It's good to see you too, man. I want to get everybody's pick. Who's everybody think is going to take this ladder match? I said earlier in the show, my money's on either Ambrose or Kevin Owens, with Cesaro being somewhat of a dark horse. I gotta say, I don't like the chances for Sami Zayn, Jericho, or Del Rio. Especially Del Rio. I think out of anybody, Del Rio's got the least chance. I mean, the way they booked Jericho, I could see them sticking him in the main event at this point. But I don't think they're gonna do it this way, because I think they're gonna hold on to the brief. If they do decide to hold on to the briefcase, which I think they might for a while, you never know with Jericho how long he's going to be around. So I don't think he's going to take it. Del Rio's been so poorly booked since his return that I don't see him being relevant enough. I mean, then again, we said this with Sheamus a year or two ago, and this is that was. Wow, that went down. Sami Zayn's been booked to where he can't seem to win the big ones. So he's kind of getting that Ambrose treatment. But Ambrose has a reason that he should be a strong contender in this one. And that's the fact that the top guys feuding for the belt being his buddies, so former buddies, in the case of Rollins, the ex-Shield members. That's why I think he makes the most sense. Of course, that's why I think Kevin Owens will probably take it. You don't seem to get a whole lot of stuff that makes sense anymore. Alright, while we're waiting for the pipe video to run its course and actually get into the match, do one more comment check. Gonna be weird seeing we got Owens as a pick, yeah. I'd say that's a pretty strong pick at this point. I can't see them going with the overall long shot guy twice in like a 6 month period. You know, we had at WrestleMania we had Zack Ryder as like the guy nobody thought was going to win, and actually pulled off the win in that ladder match for the IC title. I'm thinking I don't see there being a very high likelihood that they do it twice and have Del Rio walk off with it. I mean, consensus is Del Rio's got no shot. Yeah, everything I've heard, that seems to be the consensus. And I'm inclined to agree with that consensus. Have I ever wrestled or wanted to? Sadly, no. I've never gotten in the ring myself. I would have liked to back in the day, but I've had too many injuries over the years to really be able to pull it off. Had back issues and such that made it not really feasible. I actually did have I actually did work for a promotion, though. I did some of the press releases for an independent promotion in the area. Actually, in the background here, behind the robot, is my old press pass, right next to the armor there. A press pass from an event I worked. I did, like I said, did the press releases hyping it was a local TV show they had. I did the hype for the press releases hyping the TV show, and it was basically a volunteer gig. I got paid in free admission and VIP passes to shows. But it was cool though. I got to actually one of the shows they had Bobby the Brain Heenan and Macho Man as special guests, and I actually got you can't see it from here, but on my wall over there I actually have my Macho Man autograph from that event, the same one that press pass is from. Well, press pass, VIP badge actually. It was one of the like staff badges. Oh, excuse me. Sami Zayn looks like he just got out of bed. There's something about his hair. It looks like he's been napping in the back and he just woke up. And speaking of looking like you just woke up, Dean Ambrose. Signs like this, I wish I lived on the West Coast. Towards the East Coast of the U.S. Wish I was on the West Coast so we could be watching this in the mid-afternoon, late afternoon, whatever, instead of well into the night. Now I'm wondering with the brand split coming up, if we're going to wind up seeing them do 2 of these things a year again. Go back to the separate briefcases. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22 because, well, on the one hand, it's, these matches are always great, but on the other, it's a matter of, again, they're splitting, spreading the roster kind of thin. But on the other hand, too, it's like, when you have that same thing going on with both belts, kind of takes away from it a little bit. This robot seems to like being at that one spot. Nice little fake out by Kevin Owens right there. There's always the question of who steals the show in a match like this. There's always that one guy who does something completely off the wall that just when you think you've seen everything, they manage to pull off something totally new. I gotta say, I think my money's on Cesaro or Zayn for that. Probably Zayn. It is impressive that Jericho can still hang at such a high level. But you can kind of tell they're taking it easy on his back here. Given from the way Ambrose just slammed him down there. We have our third bad landing of the night. I think Ambrose may very well have busted his ass, literally. I don't know how that move was supposed to hurt. The Rio kind of threw Jericho from standing position into face first on the ladder. It's one of those ones that definitely doesn't look like it really does anything. It's amazing how Cesaro can make some of the most basic moves seem so impressive. With the the whole European uppercut deal, where like now he's doing the whole back and forth between the corners routine. You're good when you can make some of the simplest moves look that impressive. Alright, so we've had the bit where everyone gets their spot in, so now we're going to go back to the ladders. I've been kind of surprised. This is one of the first times anyone's really started to go for the briefcase in this match. So far, I haven't seen a lot of the attempts. I'll get another quick comment check here. Checking comments. Enjoy commentating. I could try. I can give it a shot. I don't know if this is the. Maybe I'll save that for the next pay-per-view. Oh, this should be interesting. Cesaro hung up on the ladder. Del Rio about to go for that corner stomp deal. That was cool. Gotta admit, that was cool. Jericho's getting thrown off with some of the weakest looking moves in this match. Del Rio pretty much literally swatted him away like a fly a minute ago. You gotta love that old routine where the guy always manages to be like one rung too short to be able to grab the ladder. Well, so far Del Rio's been involved in most of the best spots in this match. The hanging cross arm breaker into the super kick from Owens. That was a cool spot. Ambrose has kind of been underwhelming though. So far at least. Hopefully this is about his time to shine here. Or it's time for him to eat a code breaker. Robots. Well, Jericho's the closest we've seen somebody get to it so far. I've got to figure... See, it's kind of a tricky situation they're in right now. If they have a heel win the Money in the Bank, you know they're not going to have him cash in on Rollins as a heel. Because they don't really do heel-heel stuff like that too often. But at the same time, if you're a heel and you cash in on Roman Reigns, doesn't that pretty much make you the biggest face in the company? If somebody cashes in on Roman, that dude's going to get cheered to no end. I mean, just given by the crowd responses so far. Man, Cesaro's got some amazing balance to do the swing like that. You can get dizzy just watching this dude. Ooh. Jericho with the hard dismount on that one. I'm wondering what... That did not look as pretty as it should have. Ambrose was a little bit off the mark there. Oh, pardon me. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more specifically from Owens and Zayn at this point. Going back and forth with each other. Those two specifically put on an excellent ladder match with each other. Back when they were in Ring of Honor, when it was still Kevin Steen and El Generico, one of I think it was Generico's, might have been his last match in Ring of Honor, or close to it. And Owens, Steen was only there for another maybe 6 months to a year afterward. It was when Owens was champion. They had what they called the Ladder War. This was, I think, I want to say it was 2013. If you can find it, check it out. It is an excellent match. Ooh, as someone with a bad back, Owens taking that bump, that's painful to watch. Yikes. That was painful just seeing it. Dude took a Michinoku driver onto a ladder that was on its side. That is not pleasant. It's amazing for how good as he was, as good as some of the ladder matches he's put on in Ring of Honor. Owens has taken some bumps in ladder matches in WWE so far, where you just sit there thinking, "Good Lord, is he dead?" Like that one at WrestleMania where he landed face first. Where he basically landed face first. He's taking some really rough bumps in these matches. When they keep talking about guys to bring back after, when they do the brand split, I'll tell you a guy I miss seeing in these kinds of matches. Shelton Benjamin. I would love to have I'd love to get an opportunity to see Shelton Benjamin and Kofi Kingston in the same ladder match. Well, this could get interesting right here. Somebody is about to take a very sick bump. I have a feeling. This is setting up for something big. These are the kind of spots I love to see in these matches. You just have everybody going forward at once, and you know something big is going to happen, and it's just that anticipation. They're dragging out the anticipation on this bump here. Okay, we're down to Owens and Zayn. It's looking like somebody's going to wind up taking this. You know somebody's going through one of those ladders. It's only a matter of time. It is kind of surprising when you think about, as long as Jericho's been in WWE, and as many many titles as he won, as prestigious as a career as he's had. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's easily a first ballot Hall of Famer. Hasn't had the best track record in ladder matches. Now this is one I'd like to see as a prolonged feud. Owens and Ambrose. I would love to see the two of them hook up and, like around the point of like Extreme Rules, so that they can have a nice, a good, just classic brawl kind of scenario between them. Wait a minute, and it looks like Ambrose might have it. It is Ambrose. Hey, it's about damn time he won a big one. And he didn't take too many bad bumps in this match, which has me thinking there's a reasonable possibility we might see him at least attempt to cash in after the main event. I was saying during the pre-show, that would be the best case scenario coming out of this, was to see Ambrose win it, then try to push towards the potential triple threat come SummerSlam. Maybe have like a scenario in between where, was it Battleground next? Have the scenario in between where one of those, where whichever one walks out as champion tonight ends up facing the one he beat, with the third guy as the referee. While Ambrose celebrates, get another comment check. Well, that's lovely. There's really no place for that, dude. Seriously. Guy posting vulgar crap on here. Do not. Please refrain from that. There's no call for that. Okay, we're getting a SummerSlam promo. I don't like how they've kind of gotten into only doing SummerSlam in either LA or New York now. It seems like that's the only event they are willing to really do that with now. It's that they kind of bounce back and forth, and that's pretty much it. I think given the way that Money in the Bank match went down, title match just got a lot more interesting. Which, given that it's Roman, I think they have to. And so far, this has been somewhat of a bumpy ride of a pay-per-view, I think. Not bad, not great. Just, the ups and downs. Okay, we're going to recap the thing here now. This is the so if you haven't seen it yet, they're going through their own recap. They're showing the pre-show matches. Breezango versus Golden Truth. This was an odd match with the whole sunburn angle going on for Breezango. I mean, you know, it kind of like you're sitting there like, okay, yeah, Golden Truth celebrating a win like they just won the belts against a team that basically is in no shape to compete. But they're the good guys. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this match. Rusev and Titus O'Neil. I wish Rusev would speak more. Mainly because when he does, it's unintentional comedy gold. Like during the feud with Ziggler, when they were fighting over Lana. All the dead fish comments and whatnot. It was... When he started talking, it just got so random at times. You start to wonder if he actually, knowing that the shows tend to be very, tightly scripted, it's funny that Rusev seems like he just doesn't have a script when he talks. He just kind of seems to shoot completely off the cuff. At least I'm hoping, because otherwise he would come across as a pretty rough actor. My nuts have returned. I would love to see Titus get a nice long run as with a title or some kind of substantial push at this point. But it really feels like he's just going to be pushed as cannon fodder in this match. Although, then again, maybe not. He's coming out swinging. I know a lot of people are saying, they want to see John Cena come back and get the U.S. title back so they can go back to the Open Challenge. Well, that would be cool. It would be nice to see, that kind of unpredictability again, going back to, the random opponents and all that. I would love to see them, build somebody like Titus by having him get a surprise win in a scenario like this. And they keep talking about the whole idea of the new era. Well, it helps to be, helps if you're trying to sell the idea of a new era if you're making new stars. And while Titus isn't exactly new, he's been around for a while. This is, really the first time he's had a real chance to shine on his own. I don't know how many people have noticed this, but I've always said, again, this could be another one of those just me kind of things, but I've always said that Rusev reminds me of a Bulgarian version of Ron Jeremy. Get another comment check. What we got? Yeah, having these two trade submission holds is not the best way to work this match. Even Lana looks bored. I do like that they're making Titus come across like he's an actual threat in this match to a good degree. Although I wonder how much the whole League of Nations thing hurt Rusev's rep to where, you wonder if it really makes him look like he's being elevated by, winning a match like this. What, robot? I'm enjoying my nuts. He gets it. Titus actually fought out of the Accolade. Not something I was expecting to see. Yeah, but judging by crowd reaction, it does seem like the whole League of Nations thing hurt Rusev a good bit. He was on such a roll for a good while there. Now they're trying to rebuild it. But in between, between that run after he lost the feud to Cena, where he just started getting into some of the ridiculous, the fight over Lana, all the thing with Ziggler, with the Summer Rae getting involved and all that mess. And then to go into the League of Nations, which was just so irrelevant, has not done this guy any favors. And it's a shame, because Rusev's a good, solid, old-school heel. I mean, he's probably not somebody who they'll make, world champion anytime soon, but he's a good, solid, upper mid-card type of heel. Now, that's the kind of thing I like to see out of a heel. That's good. Since they're trash talking Titus to his own kids, that's how you get a heel over. I like it. It's rough when they start having commercials in the middle of a pay-per-view like this. I know it's for their own stuff, but I don't know, it takes you completely out of the event. It really takes you out of the event when you're trying to watch a pay-per-view, and here comes this commercial. It's like, that's why we pay money to watch the events, because that's supposed to not have the commercials. They had a commercial for the new Mick Foley show. Like, he talked about his daughter's is training to become a wrestler now. I've always thought it would have been interesting to see his son get into the business. After the old ECW bit with the Kane Dewey promo, see Dewey actually get into a match and make that make it his thing that he's got so pissed off about that he's going to be the one caning people. Just a thought. One of those random things you think about during those kind of, during commercials when there's nothing else to do. Am I the only one that still finds it odd that Rollins is doing the pedigree? I mean, I know they can't, change his finisher too often. I mean, you went from the curb stomp, but then they had to get rid of that because, concussions and all that. So they went to the pedigree, because he was with Triple H. But now he's not with Triple H anymore. So it's kind of weird seeing him still use the pedigree. Wonder which one another little random thought. Wonder which one everyone thinks is the worst catchphrase between the worst slogan / catchphrase with Roman between the whole "I can, I will" thing from WrestleMania a couple year or two ago, 2 years ago, and now with the "I'm not a bad guy, I'm not a good guy, I'm just the guy." Another random thought, since they're taking forever to actually get to the title match here. Another thing is, I find it odd that they so overuse that whole bit of the cowardly heel bit where the heel's calling out the face and the face is like, I'm coming, I'm gonna get you, and then the heel just dies out of the ring like, okay, I don't want any part of you, I'm out. They overused that so much. That whole Seth Rollins as the architect of the Shield thing is one of the biggest retcons in WWE history. Does anybody still remember that it was Paul Heyman who came up with that? He was the one who hired those guys. And it's this moment where I wish I had the sound on. I want to see how the crowd reacts to Roman. It seems like there's been a little more cheers lately, but it still hasn't been overwhelmingly positive by any stretch. Yeah, robot. Doesn't seem like a very positive response from what I'm seeing of the crowd. I think I'm catching the crowd's enthusiasm. Pardon me. I do wish I had someone else here to play off with for this. It's not easy to keep coming up with something to say when there's no actual action going on. I would like to have added up the total of points where there has been no actual, match going on during the course of the event. Out of 3 hours, how much time in which there wasn't actually any wrestling going on. Because it seems like it's been a good bit. But with all the hype videos, promo videos, a little bit of backstage stuff they've done. I mean, for those of you who missed it, I was timing it out at the beginning of the show. They went 12 minutes before the first match started. Let's get another comment check as the match finally gets underway. I would love to see a scenario where, like I mentioned before, having the triple threat between the former Shield members at SummerSlam. But have the SummerSlam match end with the three of them all beaten up, exhausted, and all this. And then have the club come out and just try to take out all three of them. And we go into, the Shield kind of being forced into having to work together against a common enemy. Is that something we haven't really seen in a while? I mean, the last time we saw it was maybe, again with the Shield back when they were still together. A good stable war, basically. Two big, two good-sized stables going at it. We had it with the Shield and the Wyatt family, but that's really been the only major version of that in quite a while. Okay, they should not have Roman trying to mat wrestle. It is not his strong suit. There we go. Now Rollins is actually starting to look like he belongs in this match. It's kind of weird when you have two guys who should know each other inside out. Rollins is supposed to be the smart one, the strategist of the group. But yeah, he's just being outshined for a bit there. Well, he doesn't seem like he's got much of an answer to anything. Even though Rollins is supposed to be the heel, Roman's wrestling like he is. I think that's a lot of what turns a lot of people off to him. He just doesn't seem like he's, a lot of times it doesn't seem like he's on the page he's supposed to be on. Not even about the same page as the opponent, but he's just in a different position than he ought to be. He's like here, he's working heel in a match where he's supposed to be the face. Let's get another comment check. Who won Money in the Bank? Ambrose. Dean Ambrose won Money in the Bank. Yeah, Dean Ambrose won it, and he didn't take a lot of punishment in the match. So they kind of left it open to the possibility of him coming out there in this one. And given the fact that they're kind of, pushing the idea of, Rollins and his cash-in, leading, as the kind of the opening to this, it would not surprise me to see them actually go through with having him cash in here. Give it another check. This so far is completely one-sided. I mean, this is actually starting to feel like Lesnar Cena here. Rollins is just getting crushed. I mean, he gets like one little flurry, now he's just right back to getting the snot slapped out of him. I mean, are they trying to make Rollins a sympathetic character at this point? Because if they are, it's working. And if they aren't, then what they're doing, what they are trying to do isn't working. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't like Rollins, you kind of start to feel sorry for him right now. Comes back off of that long injury. First match back, he's getting the holy hell beat out of him. Yeah. I have camera.
What? Oh, you're playing somebody online?
No, I'm doing a show.
Don't forget we gotta do the garbage.
Yeah.
And don't forget we have those egg players out.
Yeah. Hey, puppy. I'm sorry for the interruption. We're just we're talking a little something here. Unavoidable on a 3-hour show. When a show's this long, sometimes it's hard to keep an entire cohesive stream going.
Okay. Those little crazy robot things. Okay.
Rollins he barely looks like he even belongs in this match. I don't know what the end game is here. Are you literally just going to have this be a squash? Here, puppy. Hey, dog just came in the room. Hey, puppy, come on. Come on. Hello, puppy. Well, he's finally starting to get some offense. See how long this lasts. That's the thing about Rollins. That's what makes him so good. He's so explosive. There's, you know, he can just up the energy in a match at a moment's notice like that. Hey, puppy. It is funny how when you see a match, it can turn around that quickly after that much of a beat down early in the match. But this really feels like Rollins is fighting like the face, though. I mean, he's got the high-flying, showy offense. Reigns is in the methodical, slow the pace down, grind it out kind of offense. I don't know why Reigns just doesn't make the Superman punch to finish and ditch that really bad-looking spear. Would make so much more sense. The spear is seriously the most overused move in all of wrestling, more than likely. That, like I was saying before, that and the super kick are so overused. It is amazing, though. I mean, and I really like Ambrose, but I'm kind of indifferent at best towards Reigns. But it really is amazing how much more of a complete package Rollins is. You know, just across the board, ability-wise, in ring, on the mic. I mean, if anyone ever questioned why Rollins was the guy to get the push when the Shield broke up, that's why. I mean, he was so much further along, so much quicker than the other two. I mean, Reigns still hasn't totally even gotten away from the Shield gimmick. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, "What's his character?" You know, what's he's just the guy who used to be in the Shield. That's his character right now. You could tell they were taking it real gentle on that spot, given the way the injury occurred with Rollins. To be honest, I'm surprised knowing that it's Reigns that they even went for that. Alright, get another comment check here. Like I said before, if I show the wrestling, the video will get pulled. Get the network. This is the reaction show to what's on the network. I mean, it is only $9.99, as they keep telling you. It's amazing how much higher the energy is in this match when Rollins is on offense. And that was an impressive sequence. Being able to roll through on the superplex into the Michinoku driver like that. That one-arm powerbomb Reigns does is a cool move, but it's a little contrived when they have to keep trying to come up with new ways to set it up. You know, they have to have some other move that they roll, function into it. At least he found a way it didn't have to have it be a counter this time. do always enjoy those bits where it just turns into a slugfest like this. The intensity of those routines always adds a little something. Wow, way to no-sell a buckle bomb. Going for one more comment check here. To answer the comment, it's a prefab. Rollins trying to run away from his own damn title shot. Oh, they're playing up Reigns, hurt himself on that. Could we actually see Ambrose cash in on his quote-unquote brother? That would be a cool twist. Two out of the three main matches that have to rely on a ref bump, huh? I don't know what purpose it served. The referee was backed up in no time flat. Kind of seemed like a pointless ref bump. That was a cool little counter. That should have finished it. Why you don't finish it off a counter like that? A spear into a pedigree. And that's not the end? Hey! Rollins did it. He becomes the biggest face in the company. That's an awful lot of cheers for the heel winning. Alright, so how long until we get Ambrose? There he is. He's gonna come off from behind with a chair, ain't he? It's gonna be. Nope. There we go. You got the with the briefcase. We're trying to get a ref. Okay, why isn't the ref? There we go. That seemed like it took way too long. Starting to wonder about the ref. What is this robot doing? The robot is having an existential crisis. I don't know what's going on there. Is he finally gonna do it? Let's go do it. Nice. It is about damn time. People have been saying for the longest time, you know, Ambrose is the most, you know, is the one that's over the three. He's the only face of the group that has, you know, is actually, you know, getting cheers. And yet he never seemed to win the damn big one. They finally made it right. Got to admit, well, this was well, the undercard was kind of underwhelming. Cena AJ didn't quite deliver as I had hoped. But this was actually good. The last two, the Money in the Bank, well, last two out of three there. Not counting that Rusev match, you know, whatever. You know, basically filler. But the Money in the Bank and the other two main events, the Money in the Bank and the title match, that delivered. This is probably one of the best send the crowd home happy moments we've had in over a year. It's about time they actually, you know, took the criticism to heart and actually delivered. I'm impressed. I liked it. The event as a whole was kind of a rocky road, but definitely a solid ending. Very happy with this ending. Actually, for once, walking away from a pay-per-view, for the first time in this calendar year, I'm actually walking away from a pay-per-view excited to see Raw tomorrow. That's something I've not been able to say through the course of this year so far. I'm actually excited to see Raw tomorrow because of the way they ended that. The rest of this year so far, I come out of most of the pay-per-views and I've been like, you know, whatever. this was good. I actually liked how they wrapped this one up. Actually excited to see Raw tomorrow. And hopefully the rest of you are as well. And I guess that makes it a wrap for tonight. Hope see about maybe doing this again next month. See if I'm around to do it. Hopefully. And well, maybe catch everybody then. Where'd I put that control? There we go. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.